Early gang, early gang. Sure, yep. That looks correct to me. All the points coming in already. Early birds get the worm. I trust you to fix that. I mean, if he wants to drop the 10K. uh, Hello, lads. Welcome, welcome. Making it rain. So, veteran seems to be the difficulty that, they intend. Everything is baseline on veteran. Let's get her going. About right here. I will take early advice. One thing I discovered pretty early is that we have no missile batteries, no medical center, and not a lot of living quarters. So shooting UFOs over water does literal fuck all. Okay, good to know. Why? That sounds awful. Also, thank you, Gentle Food. I never would have figured that out. Let's see who we got. I got one DACA man who can reasonably use the DACA right now. So let's see. Well, the point of this run is to experience the game as, is it 60? It says it's 70 recoil. Either case, the first one in the running for this particular thing will happen to be that, and then we go from top to bottom. There shall only be death. Doink. It probably helps somewhat with accuracy, but not as much as one would like. Let's see. The rocket launcher is a weight 70. You can definitely tell when I'm alt-tabbing. Actually, he can probably work his way up to higher strength, so provided he's not dead or doesn't die, there you go. You are overweight, and we will need to configure that. Quite a few people are overweight, yikes. So these time weights are low. They're so low. So for the heavies that did not happen to get in, that will just be part of the recruiting pool. So the first things we want to do... Actually, manage... What do we got here? Well, actually, because of the recoil stat, apparently they use the lower of accuracy or strength. So this actually still works for you. So... we can actually deploy the Moose Man. God, these belts are heavy. So I can have one frag, and we'll go a incendiary for fun. Oh boy, so now to figure out what kind of gear we're packing on for everybody. Because if shields are important... Hey, jobber. Just Community Edition. I want to get the experience of how this game is intended to be played before Xenonauts 1. Oh, I mean 2. Yeah. So you have to be overweight to train strength. Good to know. Oof, that's losing a fair bit of, goody there. You may desire to carry the rocket launcher, but you have a low strength score in this circumstance. You will need to build up to it. That or wait for a new dude. We're talking a 70-pounder. No one in the squad can actually carry the tube right now. But there are plenty of grenades that can be used in the meantime. Actually, hold on. Not currently in the moment. Let's see. The Docker. Well, here's what we can do. If you have an intensely strong desire to carry the tube, put you on second route. Grab this dude with what? Yep, comes out April 2nd. Honestly, well, yeah, because accuracy's close enough to strength, so that's gonna be a we wait for it for a bit. The thing I want is to get scientists up and running. I would see that as probably being very important. We'll grab that. We will get a, let's see, living quarters is a 2x2. Then we go with a medical center. How much does it cost? How much monthly upkeep do we have? And okay, we have a shit ton of income. Actually, that's a lot of income. It almost seems like you could get a second base up and running with that kind of income. For right now, though, I'm going to just get another laboratory up and running. Oh, I imagine it goes real fucking fast. Especially when you get the ball rolling. Yeah, I see the interceptors being 200 grand, so that's 100 grand per ship. Yeah, that is a nice little feature. Okay, so let's see. Brick a C4 and a spare pistol mag. You're a sniper, so Smoke's probably ideal. Controlled fire is never bad. Always keep some big bang. Well, there you go. Eh? Oh. Did he? Oh, he did. Hey, Lamau. That actually slipped right on by me. Jesus, you can carry a lot of weight. You know, Rex might actually be better capable of carrying a shield then. There we go. We got Shield Boy too. Get you all the bullets. What is your job? Your job is to, Oh, Jesus, you're also very strong. Don't need that much C4, so spare grenades in the back pocket may be useful. Well, congratulations, you're already a Rex. Everyone except Zombie is in the list right now. And you are already overweight, so we will keep you and get you Stronge. Stronge. Let's see. How do I actually check the craft? Right, it's right here. Shotgun. Rifles over shoulder, specialists on the wings here. Thank you kindly. Alright, we should have ourselves reasonable capabilities of assaulting out the vehicle. Shotguns come out the flanks, shields are coming out the front, rifles watch over their shoulders, specialists reassign themselves as needed. Hello, Kuroda. Just getting started and got some meat in. Need to wait until my second facility is up and running, or realistically when people die, to get more meat in the running. Research is already going. Also, our basic backstory here. The 1958 Iceland incident was our first contact with extraterrestrial life. An alien contact entered our atmosphere above the Atlantic in what we now believe was a scouting mission. It was detected and intercepted by NATO jets operating under the assumption it was an experiment Soviet craft. Visual sighting of the UFO rapidly dispelled that myth. The craft was far larger than its radar signature suggested, more akin to an airborne warship than an aircraft. Attempts to communicate elicited a barrage of energy weapon fire that disintegrated half of the squadron and left the remaining jets limping back to base with severe damage. Several subsequent attempts were made by NATO fighter squadrons to intercept the alien vessel, costing them a number of aircraft but inflicting no appreciable damage on the target. When the UFO abruptly changed course and began heading towards the eastern coast of the United States, the decision was made to deploy nuclear weapons. 20 minutes later, half a dozen nuclear-tipped ICBMs ignited the sky above an uninhabited part of Iceland. Astonishingly, the UFO survived the blast, but it crash-landed, almost intact. Shortly afterward, at this point, the NATO forces made the decision to inform their Soviet counterparts about the alien vessel and seek their assistance in securing the vessel and the technology there within. This decision was seemingly more motivated by self-preservation rather than altruism. The Soviets were furious at the large, unexplained nuclear detonations and were apparently very close to launching missiles of their own. A joint ground operation was launched to capture the alien craft, but numerous extraterrestrials had survived the crash and put up stiff resistance. Human forces took significant losses during the operation, but slowly secured the area around the craft. What happened next is uncertain. All we know is that the alien craft was destroyed in an enormous explosion, almost certainly caused by the craft's power source. This explosion annihilated the UFO itself and wiped out all ground forces within a 10-mile radius. The only survivors were those at distant command posts. There was nothing left. The UFO was gone and only a handful of those who had sighted an extraterrestrial were left alive. The aftermath of the incident caused a large-scale cover-up. The official explanation that a Soviet invasion of Iceland was thwarted by nuclear weapons, with heavy losses on both sides. But behind closed doors, the two superpowers were collaborating. A joint Black Ops organization was formed, drawing from the resources of both. Unofficially dubbed the Xenonaut Project, it was tasked with defending the planet against alien invasion. The absence of an obvious alien threat has made us look rather irrelevant for the past 20 years. But we've had little doubt we'd be needed one day. It seems that day has come. The free novella, Xenonauts Crimson Dagger, tells the story of the Iceland incident and is involved in the included with the game under the extras button of the game launcher. So, we have basic firearms, missiles. If you kill someone with them, do not leave a body or loot to be left behind. And here's our coveralls. Basic armor is the standard issue equipment for our strike teams. It does not offer much in the way of protection, but it doesn't encumber the user in any way, nor reduces situational awareness. Yes, very lightweight at 7 kilograms, and offers not much in the way of protection, as in literal fuck all. We're off to a great start. It has been designed primarily for function, providing the soldier protection from the elements and enough carrying space to hold all of his equipment. The only concession to protective equipment is the steel helmet, which offers a measure of protection against shrapnel or other flying debris. We know little about extraterrestrial weapons at this point in time, so there's little point in slowing our men down with protective equipment that may well have no effect at all. A few of your men have remarked on the visibility of the fetching blue used. 2, it is highly unlikely that the aliens can see in the same visual spectrum as we do, so camouflage is likely a wasted effort. Better our men know exactly where their comrades are at all times. We should be able to design protective equipment tailored to defend against alien weapons once we've captured and studied a few samples. In the meantime, the men will be relying on your tactical abilities to keep them out of harm's way. And that's the basics. Again, we simply don't know what the hell's going on in that capacity. So it's kind of a case of, we may as well play it safe for the time being, because the one thing humanity is not lacking for is meat. Oh, hey, that's a UFO. So I did a test run of this to make sure everything worked, and it took me halfway into the month before I actually got a UFO. Looks like it's just going to try and get away. Oh, we only have 6 seconds of combat fuel. Okay, so that's good to know. You can't just tail things and then just have it in an esoteric space. So, alright. Considering we apparently don't have gas, let's not screw ourselves. Refueling done in 3 hours. Oh, fuck. Really? Well, apparently, if I go full burn, I might be able to hit it, but that's a little tight on gas. Fuck! Are you kidding me? We probably already noticed we're being invaded, Commander, so I won't state the obvious. The situation's bleak. None of the major powers are able to defend their own airspace, let alone the rest of the planet. It seems things are up to us. My team stands ready to help. There may only be a handful of us, but some of the finest minds on the planet are at work in your laboratories. This organization offers a certain freedom from intrusion that appeals to those of intelligence. The key to beating our enemies is to understand them. We are keen to study any extraterrestrial equipment you can recover from the battlefield. In the meantime, we've been gathering intelligence of the size and composition of the alien fleet orbiting our planet. Mostly images and data obtained from orbital satellites or ground-based observatories. Given the depressingly disjointed response from the rest of the planet, this is probably the most in-depth study of the invasion to date. We have conclusively identified over 3,000 separate UFOs in orbit around the planet, with several times the amount of additional probable signals. The fleet is comprised of craft of various sizes. The UFO already sighted entering our atmosphere represents the smallest orbital signatures detected, while the largest signals identified appear to be enormous warships with dimensions rivaling that of modern aircraft carriers. A glimmer of hope remains. The alien craft seems poorly suited to atmospheric flight. Our interceptors may enjoy some early success against the superior extraterrestrial vessels, simply due to better adaptation to the combat environment. This may also explain the appearance of only relatively small craft in the skies above our planet. Our scientists theorize that the aliens will have to modify their craft to enter our atmosphere. The larger the craft, the longer this will take. If they are correct, the largest craft will only appear in the later stages of the invasion. Perhaps this will afford humanity, read us, enough time to organize a more effective defense. I have 2 recommendations. We should consider supplementing our existing F-17 Condor aircraft with heavier interceptor capable of carrying more powerful weapons, and that we should investigate some form of battlefield support to aid our soldiers when securing crashed alien craft. Both proposals are already on your desk. Since apparently this game is more primed that you want a good air game, we're going to focus on the air game first and have our second line work on the car. Up to it, boys. Living quarters is complete. Now we can get some more meat in here. This guy is shit to use, but good everything else. That accuracy can be fixed. Let's bring him on. You're all good, dude. As far as I'm aware, if every stat grows, it just grows very slowly. Problems happening over there. For a dude. Welcome to the team. Hello, Dragon House. Three more names for the taking. The MiG-32 Foxtrot is a derivative of the experimental MiG-31 Foxhound interceptor. Originally designed to intercept supersonic NATO bombers, the Foxhound has immense speed and climb rate we will need to catch fast UFOs and additional firepower required to deal with heavier alien craft. Naturally, we'll be modifying the Foxhound to make it more effective against extraterrestrial craft, hence the updated Foxtrot designation. The airframe can be reinforced with the same titanium-magnesium alloy that has made our Condors more resistant to alien weapons. While the fuel tanks will be enlarged to increase the range of the interceptor, we will also have to replace some of the avionics. The requirements for intercepting human aircraft and extraterrestrial vessels are rather different. In all, this takes the production time for a Foxtrot up to roughly 40 manpower days. Once successfully converted, the Foxtrot will be a formidable tool in our battle against the aliens. It has two missile hardpoints under its wings. Each of them carry either a light missile, such as a Sidewinder, or a heavy air-to-air torpedo, such as the Avalanche, which can inflict devastating damage on anything too slow to avoid them. Unfortunately, the Foxtrot does not possess a cannon slot, nor the agility to safely perform the evasive roll combat maneuver. It'll be defenseless once it has fired both of its missiles. Easy pickings for any alien craft nimble enough to avoid them, so accompany it with more capable dogfighters if the target has an escort. You begin fabrication of the Foxtrot in our workshops immediately. I would avoid spending too much time down there, though. I feel like my IQ drops a dozen points every time I visit our resident ogres. Count the numbers, replace me. Dragon House is the next up in the running. I don't see training, but I do see medical. We should probably wait on those scientists. UFO detected. This time, somewhere I can actually reasonably reach. Let's get him. Fuck. So he shows back up. Nah, that's bust. Okay, I do need some vision. Yup, absolutely to the conscripts, baby. That's gonna take time for that to build. The Hunter Scout Car is a small armored vehicle that is used for scouting and fire support during combat missions. It fills the space of 2 soldiers in the dropship and is tougher, can move faster, and has a longer sight line than the average soldier. The Hunters derived from the Damalier Ferret armored car, a vehicle light and small enough to be carried inside one of our Charlie dropships, though there's only space for 1 vehicle in a strike team. The Scout Car designation is instructive. The Hunter is not a battle tank. Any vehicle light enough to be carried inside the helicopter will have relatively flimsy armor, and the Hunter is no exception to this. Nevertheless, it is far quicker to replace a few damaged armor plates after a mission than it is to nurse a wounded soldier back to health, making this vehicle an extremely effective way to scout the battlefield in the hands of a careful commander. The Hunter is equipped with dual 30 cal machine guns, which are powerful but inaccurate. They're better suited to suppressing our foes than slaying them, making the Hunter a useful infantry support vehicle. If you'd like to upgrade its firepower, your engineers believe they could refit the turret with powerful explosive rockets instead. However, these are hardly likely to leave much in the way behind for my team to study. Hunter is available for construction in our workshop. Remind the lads to follow my blueprints to the letter. They would be working in the laboratories if they actually knew anything about the design process. Yeah, so now we also have rockets, but I'm not aiming to do much. Unfortunately, the researchers are about to do literal fuck and all for the time being. There are no free garage slots. Oh, I just don't have a garage as the current moment. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Let's get a garage up and running. Yes. The priority claims get in first, but currently everyone has gotten in on that list. Also, oof, they have a limited magazine. Got it. So yeah, these are equipped with avalanches. So we got, like 6 shots. Good to know. UFO 3 detected. Let's actually get this fucker. Squadron Run 1 can be Vanguard, and if he's really fast, he should be able to hit that. Oh, missile's not good. Yeah, So, yeah, I want to send this in first because this is faster and may be able to catch it, and then these two can work together if I need to do an extended range. Fuck, you're over. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, we're screwed. That's probably not good. Alright, maneuvers are... Yeah, this thing says it can't do that. Yeah, so this is gonna go very poorly. Yeah, this thing can't barrel roll, so... Yeah, it's going down. That is very unfortunate. This, however, can. And it kicked its ass. Yeah, looks like it's still here, so they can recover the frame. Oh, they just flat out got destroyed. One alloy, one data fighter core. There is nothing to get back. Well, we can keep the research going, which is what counts. Might actually just be cheaper to build a new one then. 200K. Oh, decommit. We cannot sell the aircraft. Just decommission. That's less than ideal. Let's see if it gets closer. Yeah, the Condors are struggling to catch anything in the air right now. It looks like it's heading to land. Holy shit, we can play the fucking game! Babushka! It's going down. The nerds are studying. We can actually get a strike craft down there. Team is in position. Those who are about to die, we salute you. The objective of this mission is to secure the UFO, which contains artifacts to research or alien materials that you can use to build advanced technology. Other alien items recovered from the battlefield will automatically be sold, granting you additional funding. The simplest way to win the mission is to kill everyone. This will automatically end the mission, recover all alien artifacts from the battlefield. However, you can also win the mission by killing all the aliens inside the UFO, then holding it with at least one soldier for 5 turns. If the UFO has been shot down, a number of the crew is likely to have died on impact, and some recoverable items may have been exploded or destroyed. Landed recovers more recoverable, but more aliens. Use smoke suppression and shields to reduce the damage of reaction fire that we take when we assault. Who in the fuck are you? Well, E-Star gets the first kill of the game. Okay, now we can push out. How about my shotguns on the door over here? Not sure what I was unhappy about that there. This isn't miserable at all. Let's not count our eggs our chickens before they hatch. Yeah, we are elite tier operators. How the fuck do you not know how to shoot down, how to not shoot down, how to open and close a fucking door? How do I stop a movement? Because that is a little annoying. Okay, so the wall looks flush over here, so we're not going to have surprise people pop out that aren't already over here. Stack up. Oof, someone else on the other side of the wall immediately. And Slugix is the first to fall. Actually, speaking of, I think I just realized this game does not autosave after every turn. Oh, fuck me. That is something I'm gonna have to keep in mind. Just means I have to spam the quick save button. And I will take the meta knowledge that I know that there's nothing over on the right in this particular situation to try and cut down on how long this is going to take. Okay, that entire sect is just... That's clean, over there is clean. So what we're gonna do here is, because that is just a miserable experience upcoming... How many TUs is it to throw a grenade? 40. I can't chuck it over the wall. We hit on location. Where do I see the stun on somebody? And Rex is eating shit through smoke. And his shield, actually. Pop another smoke. Probably what happened is that he stepped over, saw him on the corner, auto-fired, and because this is not the mods that we've been playing with XCOM, if you're adjacent to someone, there is no close combat check. So if you're right next to someone, you are going to hit. How the shield didn't do anything to hit. Well, to help is a curious question, though. Yeah, untouched. Oh shit, target. That's a lot of hostiles in there. Shoot and move, shoot and move. Not auto-saved. That is a habit I need to get into the fucking habit of, because we're back here. I have grown too used to luxury. Trees kind of provide cover, except not really. Grenade out. That was not strictly helpful. That did not pin on location as desired. Catch the corner. That worked out a bit better. Get you some! Heal for gentle food. I know vaguely in that direction there's bad guys. I wonder if I just need to get somewhat close to get the suppression mechanic. I also hope the aliens don't have grenades, because that is fucking the beautiful ass grenade bait. Being low strength hurts. That is way too short. Whatever, it works. Because throwing is a funny stat. Holy shit! Not outright dead. Bump him. He's alive to complain. Target is down. Damn, that pistol actually kind of collapsed, not gonna lie. Now get you some. Shit. I mean, not Russians, Germans make good stuff. I'd surprise we're using PSGs. Can you shot on the run? Yes, you can. You will fall back, considering that you are hurt. That was the first shot that Rex took. Not the second. Oh god, those +1s. Wait, non-combatants? Interesting, there are non-coms on site. I think we'll just stay on the alloys for the time being. What do you want to hear first, the good or the bad news? The good news, we're having a serious impact on ET air operations. Incidents are down over the sponsors we're covering, and the R&D's happy with the technology we've covered. The bad news is ET High Command has escalated operations by introducing dedicated fighter craft. The ETs have set up combat air patrols, CAP, to directly counter both our own interceptors and national forces. UFOs tasked on interception missions will patrol the skies, striking at civilian and military aircraft. Data from previous intercepts suggests that ET fighters on CAP missions will make Xenonaut aircraft a priority. If ET interceptors spot our craft, most likely informed by ET satellites, they'll head directly towards them and force a fight. Interceptors are the most likely type of UFO on CAP, so look for very small signals. Dropships will be especially easy targets, so I'd recommend clearing out squadrons with interception mission first before tackling other craft to prevent accidents from occurring to the ground team. The fighter is a very small UFO apparently designed for air supremacy. It is faster and tougher than the light scout, and surprisingly well armed for its size. Though not individually a match for the F-17 Condor, I doubt a lone F-17 would stand much of a chance against a full squadron of 3. The most interesting feature of this design is the absence of a pressurized crew compartment. Virtually the entirety of the saucer consists of propulsion systems, sensors, and weapon arrays. This initially led us to believe the craft was unmanned, but analysis of the wreckage revealed enough biological material to convince us otherwise. We're unsure exactly what form this pilot takes. There's only room for one. But the lack of transparent canopy or control systems implies they are much more heavily integrated with their craft than human pilots are. The fighter's primary armament is a short-range, rapid-fire energy weapon much like the craft cannon on our F-17s. However, it carries a pair of longer-ranged, homing plasma projectiles that act more like missiles. Quite what these devices are and how they work is unknown, as fighters tend to explode so spectacularly when destroyed that there's little left to study. Whatever the culprit, I doubt we're going to be recovering an intact version anytime soon. My team has finished preliminary studies on the recovered UFO hull. We have designated the Light Scout. It's very small compared to some of the other orbital signals we have detected, barely more than a probe. It's approximately a dozen meters from nose to tail, comprising of a saucer section and 2 wings filled with what we believe to be sensor equipment. 2 small thrusters mounted on the back of the saucer provide propulsion. The craft does not appear to have a reactor of any kind, instead seemingly drawing power from rechargeable capacitors in the wings. It is almost certainly not capable of independent operation. Instead, it would need to be launched from a home vessel at the start of each mission and return there afterwards. It has poor combat performance for such an advanced vessel. It is no match for one of our Condor interceptors. The main weapon is an energy cannon mounted beneath the saucer, which has relatively slow fire speed and a shorter range than our Sidewinder missiles. The armored shell is remarkably strong and impressively heat-resistant given it's only a few millimeters thick, but it's too thin to offer much protection against modern munitions. Enjoy the gentle introduction while it lasts, Commander. I doubt larger ships will be such easy prey. Civilian non-combat analysis. Commander, our xenosociologist has been compiling information on the civilian race. Most of it, while interesting, is irrelevant for field operations. I have taken the time to compose a summary of the most useful information for the men. I'm sure you've heard of the self-congratulation and backslapping going on in the locker room over the success of the last mission. I hate to turn those smiles into frowns. Actually, I don't. But many of those hard targets were, amusingly enough, not intended for ground operations. From our data, we have strong reason to believe a sizable number of subjects recovered are non-combatants. They form the operational core of any UFO crew, acting as pilots, engineers, and navigators and other essential non-com roles. They neither need nor are given more than basic training in combat, are armed with pistols, and only have their naked, if resilient skin as protection. Incidentally, I've had to chastise some of the lab assistants for skinning civilians and selling their hides to your men. Did you know that Corporal England is an amateur leather worker? I should check their uniforms if I were you. Our xenosociologists theorize they are either a slave caste bred in their millions to serve the needs of higher echelons, or younglings who have yet to find their position within the larger social group and are assigned duties suitable to young aspirants who can't be trusted with a gun. In either case, they'll likely stick close to grounded UFOs, and it is extremely unlikely that the men will see them in any dedicated combat operation. Strong muscles, bullet-resistant hide, Heavy caliber or AP ammunition recommended, reliably penetrated by 7.62 by 51 NATO. And you want to black tip that. Wrist-mounted tactical communications and engineering assistant device. Relatively curvature myopia. Distance vision is blurred. Poor accuracy over 25 meters. Prefers close quarters. Civilians are bipedal lizards with visibly bright red-orange mohawks. They wear no clothing or armor, but their skin is tough and bullet-resistant. Be alert, civilians can regrow almost any part of their body and can even recover from fatal injuries with time. Ensure a civilian has several fatal injuries before the assumption of death. All corpses not marked for research should be destroyed through cremation or chemical bath. Natty, but necessary. Hello, Commander. As requested, we at Strategic Planning have started to analyze ET UFO activity and can determine their military objectives, meaning no disrespect to R&D, but interpreting ET strategy is best suited to the men who do it for a living. I'll be keeping you updated on whether we can discover about extraterrestrial UFO activity, like now, for instance. Earlier today, there was a confirmed sighting of UFO Light Scout class circling over a classified research station in America. It didn't take any visible action, but local radio operators detected unusual bursts of energy in the VHF band, and researchers detected simultaneous bursts in the SHF band. I've cross-linked this with similar reports in Germany, Australia, and Hong Kong. Considering the strategic importance of the locations involved in the analysis of the light scouts from R&D, I'm certain these scouts were gathering and transmitting intelligence on potential future targets. UFO and scouting missions remain in the air for extended periods of time, gathering intel on potential targets. There doesn't seem to be any particular plan on what they cover. It should be fairly easy to intercept one. As the ETs have dedicated ships for scouting, you can expect scouting missions to be carried out by small signals. The more intel a scout can gather, the more damaging later attacks will be, so try and get as many scouts taken down as you can. Even if we can't recover the crash site, we can at least make sure the ETs are fighting in the dark. Yeah, so 500 is needed, so. Civilian autopsy. Look at that boy, you look like a big chunky. The civilian is a reptilian alien standing at roughly 195 centimeters, 6 feet 5 inches. I'm taller than you are, you fucks! And weighing nearly 200 kilograms. The incredibly dense skeleton of the creature and its tough scaled hide together account for some 40% of this, the remainder being largely muscle and teeth. Whatever environments the civilian involved in must have been a hostile one. Their physiology is hardly to the point where I struggle to think of a creature capable of killing one. With up to an inch of scaled hide in places, these creatures have some inherent protection against ballistic weapons. Beneath the scales is a thick layer of dense muscle and the creature's heavy skeleton, both also heavily resilient to damage. Once we had abandoned our bone saws for an angle grinder, we revealed the creature's internal organs. These were much to be expected, only the major anomaly being the presence of 2 hearts inside of the torso. Presumably one alone could not pump sufficient blood around the beast's body to sustain it. Analysis of civilian blood also has some interesting results. Almost 10% of the blood volume is comprised of a mixture of powerful coagulants and unspecialized stem cells. We do not yet fully understand the implications of this, but it's quite possible that live civilians are able to rapidly clot wounds and possibly even regenerate damage sustained in combat. Some consolation. Despite the above, civilians are not perfect soldiers. Much like the brutes down in our engineering department, their physique belies an undersized brain. A civilian probably has as much understanding of squad tactics as it does the finer points of Shakespeare. They also have weak thermal eyesight, giving them slower reflexes and a poor accuracy, though smoke will not hinder their accuracy like it does other aliens. They'll prefer to fight at short ranges where these characteristics are less of a hindrance, so it would be wise to ensure the opposite happens. We have 1 scout car. Let's get another scout car up and running. Command Center 1 is up. This is intended to be a interception base. And we're out of money for the time being. Alien alloys. Alien technology is founded on a variety of exotic materials, every one of which possesses remarkable properties. We have determined materials with tensile strength and heat resilience in an order of magnitude greater than anything else previously known, as well as the more exotic properties such as room temperature superconductivity. Almost all of them are ultra-advanced ceramics with chemical structure as alien as the extraterrestrials themselves, though have yet to encounter any unknown fundamental element in these materials. We have little idea of how they generate their extraordinary powers or how they can be manufactured. It is the difference between coal and diamond, fundamentally the same stuff, but radically different in practice. Given their exceptional heat resilience, the most obvious military application of these alloys would be in personal battlefield armor. Unfortunately, they're so effective at dissipating heat that nothing in our laboratory can generate enough to melt them, making fabrications of a plate of armor or anything else little more than a pipe dream. Though effectively still useless, we are harvesting these alloys from recovered artifacts where possible. The aliens must have means to shape these materials, so further study of their technology may allow us to do the same. Yeah, I know that's going down because I'm getting a second car up and running. Oh, that's right over our base. Number 6 is down south. I really don't want to do this again, because the last time it didn't work well, but I might need to press it into service. I still have plenty of fuel for the time being. I'll give it a few more. Okay, now dump it. Better just to get the kill. Oh, it flat out landed. Shotguns, specialists. The problem is with 8 dudes, I can't really get... That's the problem. That's also really far away. Wow, it's actually waiting long enough for us to get here. Alright. Go, go, go. Whee! Oh, there's an insurgent in the area. Target. Meowdy meowdy. It's Community Edition Xenonauts, but yes. Assuming turn 1. Friendly hit. Get him patched. Get him some. Forgot to kneel him. Whoop. Sometimes you get lucky. Simple as. Bullets flying everywhere in a fight. Only so much you can do to account for that. Get him some. Beauty. Target. What to use is for you to shoot. Friendly's in the way, so get down. Good hit for effect. Okay, good to know. That was not exactly the clearest. Shield's fucked. Are you bleeding? I cannot tell if you're bleeding or not. Doesn't look like you're suffering fatals. Yeah, considering the shield vaporized in a singular hit. Target down. Probably way later. Need to make sure that our back is... Yep, that's clean. Clean. Can't account for the building upstairs, which is dangerous, but we'll just have to assume that since they haven't been taking shots at us and fun things haven't happened yet, we're good. You have control of the hall. Machine gunner keeps his position for the time being. Target. Oh, fuck. At least he's suppressed. Smoking. MG moving up. You know, if flashbangs do stun damage... Oh, wait, what? That was a... you don't have grenades. MG taking nest. Banging. Not so good on that one. Smoking. That's probably not super great. That's going on down there. Blaine. Indeed, safety save does keep the enemy at bay. Lay oof. That is the Slegex. Is there a cleverer way to do this? Basically blocked there. Yeah, you can't chuck it that far. I will at least faith that once because, yeah, the quick save is right in the middle of I can't do shit about it. So I will dice that a little harder. Oh wait, I can actually kneel on 3. Okay, that makes a difference. Probably not a big one, but it makes a difference. It indeed made the difference. I don't know if that's a setting or not, but it definitely, there are different results on the reload, so... Oh! Oh, that incendiary grenade does not have a big blast radius. Holy shit. Anywho, yeah, you're done for the day. Considering how bad suppression bucked our movement here, I am pretty certain he's not going to get a chance to light him up. Friendly in the building. How many? We are just about out of flashes. I could, however, frag his cover. Huh. The frag needs an extra turn before it does its thing. Alright. Oh, and you're not done yet. This is getting into very close range combat at this point over here, and I'm not super thrilled about that. You are not allowed to have TUs ever. Still, flashing someone out of existence isn't really working as a game plan here. Funny, but isn't working. Red. And that's gentle food. Is he dead? No, he's still functional. Alright, back to the beginning of the flashbang rave. Okay, good. So I absolutely can flashbang rave. So a stun is effectively a kill. I mean, that's fine, honestly. Oof, 12 is the cap. Gotcha. Pretty much. The good old survival onion. Don't be there. If you have to be there, don't be seen. If you can't be seen, don't get hit. If you can't avoid getting hit, don't be penetrated. And if you can't avoid being penetrated, don't die. Now, I'm trying to go for as vanilla an experience as possible, so... A burst is 34. Try it. It's a winging shot, which is good enough in this circumstance. You require 37 to throw, so let's see if I can't get that clean. Gun is popped and locked. Shotgun's gonna be too much of a clap on this dude if we're trying to stun, rape him out of existence. Solid hit for effect on that one. Let's put a few shots in him just in case. Let's say one more. Fuck, that's a kill. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Also, hello, Paven. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Husk. Well, considering my only option seems to be flashbang the fuck out of them. So is C4 in half turns? I'm not sure if this game is operating in half turns or full turns. Considering I have not exploded... I mean, it go boom. Yeah? If anything, I should be dumping more shots up into the wall up here. Get a breach team ready to get in there. Sniper in position. Oh, so you do not feel like jumping through the window. But he does. Huh. Oh, the UFO is... Well, Gentle Food is dead. That is 2 troopers dead. I thought that was actually damaged, I thought that was damaged, wall texture, not the flooring. On this circumstance, because I did it just then... You can not peel across fast enough. God, these TU costs are... I am too used to... UFO defense TU costs. There we go. Because for enemy unknown, you could absolutely peel across that wall. Right, frags still have an additional turn before they go fuck into you, Koss, and that is probably just dead, yep. There is no way to smoothly get grenades up there. I'll take the good faith. Oh, so you can react on the machine gun. Take ye on good faith, but there is no way to just smoothly use grenades. Holy shit. Can't prime, throw, and then easily get out of the way. Jesus. Why do these have variable TU cost? I hope that's in the right position. Apparently. Oh, fuck. Really? So right-click does not stop you from firing. Fucking wild. I'll take Tarps at that point. Well, there's definitely some quality of life that we grew comfortable with OpenXCOM. Let's see if I can't get you to react on me. Oh! Beauty. Right, because the left click is supposed to be for more controlled aim. Sniper moving in. Up there will be a good little sniper perch. How does he have over 99 morale? Like, what's going on in that particular situation? The MG enjoys his life. That checks. So I'm going to assume that C4 does not blow open the front door, or the side door of a UFO. Now where's Mystery Fucker that's, supposedly around here? Oh, that's obnoxious. So arming C4 is a free action. Quite a standoff we have here. No, we cannot blow open the side of the UFO. That or we rolled like dog shit. Alright. That leaves us only one real primary option. Wrapping smoke. That is horrible smoke. Are you kidding? Okay, no, just line of sight issues here. Ah, yes, smoke. It certainly works. Are you fucking kidding me with this shit? How the fuck are you supposed to breach without getting people killed? Because you have to walk through the fucking door. I'm going to check something. I want to see if he'll react on the door opening. Or if I've just been stupid. Oh, yeah, he just flat out reacts on the door opening. Alright. I think that's end of turn. I can see why the doctrine is C4 the fucking everything. But it is good that we are learning. Oh, now you decide to run out in the middle of the fucking field. You die from bleed out because you just ran right in the middle of the field where I cannot get the TUs to heal you. Awesome. Because the problem is, I need to pull out the meds. Then I need to get over there, which I won't get over there in time because you are actively dying. Unfortunately, that ain't happening anytime soon, because as far as I'm aware of, as I'm sure there is mad cackling in the background, armor ain't happening. Not for a while. You will suffer your blue PJs and you will like it. Really, it's not giving me the it hasn't given me the option for it. It is a number higher than 0, therefore it is substantially better. Ah, yes, they were willing to step out to shoot me because they know I'm on the outside of the hull. It's 40 TUs to toss. Oh, shit. There's no fucking way to get close to that shit. Well, I killed something, but the door isn't open. Yeah, apparently it stepped out, stayed outside, then exploded. Unfortunately, the door... We have made no significant progress on defeating the door. Do you have C4? Yeah, but there's a fucking person right there. God fucking damn it. Got someone. Happy birthday there, Vardon. Celebrated once and shall be celebrated again. You waltzed into Xenonauts, and everyone's screaming at the top of their lungs of, please, please stop being bad. Fuck. Hop it over. Yeah, just keep it on 2. Light them up! This sucked. All those oh wow, some people are getting +2s. Rex got a +3 to bravery. Not featured, like the 5 days X is required to make it happen. But I'm learning. Hold on, you are a small, so that's probably fightercraft. Not fightercraft, scoutcraft, so let's go get them! Get them! Let's, how do I get you out of the running? This is the first time I've played, yes. Relocate is go to a different base. How do I unassign? It's trying to be in the style of traditional XCOM, so it very much was a game of you step out of the Sky Ranger, you die on interception. There you go. Thank you for keeping me honest. Let's see. Right-click isn't doing it. What is the... Oh. Right up there. So we can take on 5. So let's see. Our heavy gunner is still up and running. Assign you. Assign you. Who is still up and running? Okay, our shields are out of action, so we are going to set a new role here. Because I noticed shield was not a default role. Veteran. Actually, that's really not as needed, so... Flashbangs, smoke grenades. Spare C4 in the back. Yeah, I did see that, thankfully, so new role. The fuck? Oh, there is a shield preset. Well, I'm fucking stupid. Don't mind me. Don't worry, I missed it too, so don't feel bad about that. Brick. Brick. Grenades. Actually, you are not well suited to being a shield. Your health is so fucking low. We have a sniper on the team, so you can stick as rifleman. Your reflexes are garbo, but... Jesus, after all that, you still have more bag space. Shield, rifle. You will do. You have been conscripted. Welcome to Shield Line. I don't think you have enough bricks of C4! Now, the thing is... Will that last long enough? How long does a crash site exist? Oh boy, lizard boys. Light them up. They don't suppress easy, do they? Catch the corner. That looks better. .556. That ain't shit. Meanwhile, buckshot. Oh god, oh fuck, oh god. Where is the sniper? Wait, there's basements? Oh, wait, no, that's just stairs up. But to say, oh god, there's basements. There's thankfully no basement. Dumping shots. Lad's got like 90 rounds to play with. Like 9 bursts. I don't think he's hurting for ammo conservation here. Well, at least it was this turn, so I should be okay. But that's a minor mistake having been made. Or is he dead? He is not dead. Alright, these guys fucking regenerate. That's a great time to panic. I've been doing quick saves. Where do we see him? Oh, upstairs. Oh my god, we figured out how to shut doors! I was like, wait a minute. If we can right-click open doors, what says we can't just right-click close doors? Oh shit. Oh boy. On the edge of the sunroof. Well, that was thankfully an unnecessary problem. Or rather, the problem solved itself really quickly. That is Glaven Voron eating shit. Yeah, actually didn't really hurt anything downstairs. There's just one unaccounted for alien who decided, now's the time to pop up. Oh yeah, no, that's fucking dead as shit, my dude. The forever nap, and also off by one. Fuck. Oh no, they're dead as shit. Jesus, they restore a lot of fucking hit points. What the fuck? That ain't insubstantial. Let's see. It's looking like a yak corpse. Renaming soldiers after family members and friends makes their death more tragic. Hilarious. It. Huh. Well, considering I saw like a 98 and an 80, I'm gonna go with probably not on that circumstance. Okay, so yeah, no, they're just both in that fucking house, which is a problem. Solid hits. We love reaction training. One, and in it goes. To be fair, you're not supposed to throw bricks of C4 at things. That's not how you're supposed to use it. You threw it at your fucking feet! Fuck it. Too dangerous to let by. That's an angle. That is certainly an angle. The person who flashbanged themselves was Dragon House. He was not, as one would say, Kobe. Hit. 2 hits. Beauty. There's our UFO. Oh, I know, and they're already bad. Catch in the corner. MG is in his nest. Lighten that door. Right, you need to pull your pistol again. Why is that so big in the bag? That's a TU mistake. Thing is, that's my own damn fault too, because I can pre-measure. Fuck. Smoke it correctly, at least. Oh, they're coming out on the side. Oh, they do have a hole on the side. Okay, so the ship can have holes on the side. Or maybe this one has a breach door. Or a sally port. Well, he was in... Or was... Huh. That is super weird. Bursting. You only have smokes. They do need spare TU as far as I'm aware. Solid hit for effect. Bang the fuck out of him. Your strength, your strength. Yup. He's out. And E-Star got a medal, apparently. Oh, I don't see a corpse in here. I don't see a capture in here. He just fucking died from the amount of flashbangs we threw at him. I guess because flashbangs do a small amount of damage, it can destroy equipment. So that's really funny that we just threw enough bangs at him that he just vomited all over himself and died. No, that we don't have containment. We can't hold him. There's not a real point. Saison. From the earliest recordings of a crash landing in Pelagia, Italy in 1910, to famous incidents such as the Gateshead Grey abductions, humanity has held endless fascination with Little Green Man from Mars. Now they're here with sinister intent. I prepared a summary of what we know for your distribution as our brave boys have slept through every briefing I have given. Perhaps you can invite them to a story at bedtime. It's unsurprising our soldiers have toned through Cassian's like a shark in a swimming pool. Several subjects we have brought in are ill-prepared for a fight. Cassians in red jumpsuits seem to fill non-com roles, such as technician or navigator. Given their unique genetic structure, they may be manufactured on a production line basis, then programmed to meet specific manpower needs. Like our own pilots and engineers, they're only lightly armed and perform poorly in groundside combat. Their jumpsuits are resilient to impacts, but while it can absorb a 9mm bullet, it is considerably less effective against a hail of rifle rounds. I'd expect to find non-coms in every UFO you bring down, but never in any dedicated combat operation. Unusual sensory acuity. Combatants demonstrate powerful intuition and splendid battlefield awareness, very difficult to sneak up on or lay ambushes. They are suspected to be in possession of extrasensory abilities. Weak body. Frail skeletal structure and thin musculature suggest a psychological preference for long-range combat. padded uniform. Uniform is fashioned from a weave of which uses alien materials, limited fire, chemical, and kinetic resistance. Red jumpsuit caissons are often equipped with tools and most probably not trained for combat, but still pose a threat due to high intellect, battlefield awareness, and sensibility. Expect resistance. Caesians are gray-skinned aliens and have a big head, large black eyes, and thin profile. Warning, false identification can lead to civilian casualties. Observe movements or get closer before opening fire. Remember that humans can wear dark glasses and red t-shirts. Sacian autopsy. A Sacian is a humanoid alien that stands approximately 170 centimeters tall. I imagine you share our surprise that they resemble humanity so closely. Statistically, we believe the likelihood of this occurring by chance is effectively zero. Sacians are physically weaker and less hardy than humans, with bone fractures occurring at only 60% of the force required to fracture human bone. Both are likely to be a result of prolonged exposure to a low-gravity environment. Their physiology is intriguingly similar to our own, with most internal organs present in a recognizable form and remarkably similar skeletal structure. A couple of exceptions are worth noting. A substantially enlarged cranium contains a corresponding increase in brain tissue, and vocal cords are atrophied to the point where verbal communication would be impossible. The latter suggests the creatures have transcended words. Perhaps they have a telepathic link with one another. The body shows extensive signs of genetic modification at the cellular level. Casein tissue possesses only a single sex chromosome, and more importantly, samples taken from multiple enemy combatants show they are genetically identical. That is, they're all clones. Genitalia are present but highly atrophied. Asexual reproduction is obviously at work, but almost certainly facilitated by some form of technology. A metal valve on the upper spine is linked to the creature's circulatory system, which may indicate an artificial method of blood filtration that replaces excretion. An undersized liver and kidney suggest it is certainly possible. Indeed, if administered regularly, this blood filtration could also remove the need for consumption and digestion of foodstuffs entirely. Nutrients could be fed directly into the blood serum. As extraterrestrial technologies surpass their biology, frankly, this corpse poses more questions than it answers. Am I not allowed to not have... I guess we can only have 15 sign... Oh, I guess they're committed to the bit. Here we are. Well, apparently we have excellent research progress. So I'll just finish that out as a dedicated thing, and then we'll move it along. New target here, that's closer. Then we'll intercept with the fast fighter. It sunk. %96 failed. Delicious. So far, that is 2 for 2, and I am not impressed. So what do the badges do? +1 bravery. Ordered for the elimination of 5 terrestrial units in combat. I will see about doing that. give it a shot. We look good. Got it. I would absolutely not mind the advice. I am but the student here. And I'm not trying to boast that I'm any better than I am. We can airstrike UFOs for money if we can't deal with the problem, so to speak. That is good to know, that we can actually chase an enemy down. Oh, Jesus. Yep. Forward, forward. But good to know that if we tail something, we actually just get to... there is something over here. We're both pretty, on each other, so that's not going to work out super well. But at least I have an angle, and that's important. I kind of wish I could cancel movement when I am in motion, because it doesn't seem to want to stop. Well, fucking... That is exactly the problem. We are in motion, but I can't stop the motion. I don't know, We're certainly doing a lot of Desert Storm up in this house. To be fair, most of my sinks have been in the middle of the desert territories. So I think that's less the game's fault and more of just unfortunate circumstances. Probably not wise to do a second shot here. Stay hard in the cover. Not much in the way of a clean approach from this angle. Now this is just dump them with shells. That is target down. Good kill for the gentle food. I'm currently up to date on all researches, and I ordered like 10 dudes. So, troop-wise, we're doing okay. If anything, the Foxtrot's currently 2 for 2 for kind of just getting sunk. But on the first fight it got in was just the random fighter that showed up and hurt a lot. And then the second was 96 it biffed on. I haven't been using it correctly, I will fully admit, because of me just using it as a fast striker. But so far, we have everything we can hopefully work on. I have a medical wing. I expanded the living quarters in preparation for getting more dudes and scientists, and I have a second base up and running for radar purposes. You can do a singular snap. But yeah, I am aware it does need support element. It's just trying to be very efficient in the time being. Oh, Jesus. Dragon House has 1 armor on that shield left. MG is in place. Catching corner. Shotgun coming in. Now, get you some. Hey, I'm more than happy to keep entertaining this long-range firefight. I could definitely use the reaction training. Surprised I can't take 2 bursts in a round, but eh. Is what it is. Fordon gets the kill. Double tap. Beauty. He might have to shift a corner. Call this not our finest moment. Oh, right. Flashbangs blow things up. Fuck. Well, Gentle Food got to Lieutenant and got a medal. Safer instead of sorry. Not like we're hurting for UFOs right now. Well, breach is clear. That just saved that trooper's life. Burned through the shield and still got through to hit points. Sniper takes shot. Target down. Not a terrible lot of cover from here to hell. Fuck it, it works. At all costs, we need to catch some corners. And Vodon gets pinged on the wings. Because there's unfortunately someone on the right. On the other side of the wall. Banging. On the square. Wetness is on their ass, but only 5 points overkill. Gentle Food is also now dead. Jesus Christ, I flashbanged you. Cover work for shit. There's probably like two... No, but I flashbanged like that general area, so... Jesus. Yeah, just one dude made it through the flashbang and ripped through 3 dudes. But going once before I safety save. It is Saint. Yeah, like, that was quite a few casualties, so I know a few people may have been like, don't feel like that. His angle is disgusting on us. I mean, corners are always evil. They never stopped being evil. I really need to get into the habit of just the C for the everything. I haven't gotten into the habit of, if it exists, C for it. If it doesn't exist, C for it, and then make it exist. Alright, we're good here. Escape is not stopping the movement. So, worse than OG. Because in OG, they needed to know where you were. They had effectively unlimited range, but if they didn't know where the dude was, they couldn't do it. That being said, quite a few of those guys also had map hacks, too. The CE notes were that bravery is a factor in the equation. High bravery units will actually resist the effects better. Man, a wide open field. I can't see shit, sir. I got my cataracts about 3 weeks ago. Jesus Christ. This line of engagement is fucking awful. Explains why there's probably a psychic on the field. Bigger ship, more advanced Lamaus. One, two, three, four, five. Yep. Yeah, this kind of would be an ideal moment for, Rocket. Door kicking. That was incredibly lucky. Can I get a burst in there? No, you need a better angle. I'll be blunt, I don't know how to do door kicking comfortably yet. I don't want to blow up the things in there, but it may be it's probably our safest option. Oh wait, hold on. You can see. That is some extreme range combat, but... That's a suppress. And that was his shield, too, so that just saved his life. Yeah, I can imagine. There's a door. Good luck, fucko. Oh, that is fucked, my dude. That is fucked. Oh, wait, that's right. Flashbangs blow up fucking alien infrastructure. True, pre-firing is a hell of a drug. Ow. That gets his head down. You'll have to bleed for a moment. Currently trying to deal with the problem that is in front of us. Damage, but not destroyed. And there goes wetness. Oh, you have 2 fatals. Now I realize I haven't saved in a hot minute. Fuck me. Pull him back. Patch him up. And there's still someone in the back. Very rude. Just to check. How far back is that safety? That's fine, I guess. Well, going once before I keep going. Jesus. Yeah, no, they just keep going, alright. They ain't waiting for this fucking shit. Wetness is down. It's sane. Yeah, I thought we'd have the opposite problem. No, they just fucking... They are cool to just rush that chamber. I mean, that's just every tactics game in general. They don't have to live on and do interesting things. You do. Right? Position. I mean, Battle Brothers does do that. When you've killed about 60 to 80% of their force, they will just try to leave. Only a little annoying. Give him some. Oh, you're suppressed. Jesus Christ, these guys are reactive. Shield took the hit. The block, unfortunately.
Hello, hope you are doing well.
Hello there, Laquetrian. Thank you graciously for 24, my dude. And I do hope you continue to enjoy your stay. Actually, that's 2 full years. Thank you for being around for 2 full years, my dude. Thank you kindly, and I do hope you continue to enjoy your stay further. I'm doing alright, just being bad at Xenos. Pull it back.
Hello, hope you are doing well.
Yeah, that actually was kind of dumb and unfortunate, but it is what it is. People apparently don't understand what fucking burst fire is. He's patched. Really? Most of the turn to recover the, Actually, that makes sense. But yeah, it is, as one would say, a little rough. Or their boys are coming out. You know, that solves that problem. Jet flashbangs destroy things, which is not great. Don't want to destroy all the things in here. Wow. There'll be another ship. Oh, Jesus. Brought out the fucking, what, 4-banger? 9-banger? Good God. That's a mistake. Motherfucker. That's right. Can't flashbang or else I'm going to blow things up I don't want to. That's actually kind of an ass mechanic, not going to lie. Still, no, that's understandable. My condolences, dude. Smoke doesn't do as much as you think it would, unfortunately. Motherfucker! Ah, there is nothing on this ship to loot. There'll be more fish in the sea. Ah, 250, fuck. Well, the problem is we walk into that room and he's probably overwatching. The alien plasma pistol. The plasma pistol is an alien sidearm that is approximately 8 inches in length and roughly a kilogram in weight. Though it bears some resemblance to a human firearm, it does not fire a bullet, but rather a searing bolt of superheated plasma. It's a powerful weapon, easily capable of killing an unarmored man in a single shot. However, our tests suggest the compact size of the weapon renders it inefficient. The plasma bolt loses cohesion and starts to dissipate almost immediately. It is thus the most dangerous at short ranges, where a single shot has a good chance of killing one of our soldiers outright. As that range increases, the projectile steadily becomes less accurate and damaging. The lesson here is clear. Fight units equipped with this weapon from far away is possible. Though it would make a fine addition to our arsenal, the weapon has clearly been designed for alien troops. Anatomical differences between our species make it difficult for a human to wield effectively, so any soldier attempting to use this weapon on the battlefield will suffer severe accuracy penalties when doing so. Sadly, we're also nowhere near understanding or replicating the technology contained within the weapon. Recovering more advanced alien weapons may help in that regard. Not all is lost, though. Running more tests on this weapon should allow us to develop battlefield infantry armor better suited to protecting our men from extraterrestrial energy weapons. Since everyone's going to scream at me for it, yes, we're getting the better armor. Looks like we're taking some severe, funding hits. So South America and North America are going to need our primary attentions. If I go here, I could compromise and get vision on both. Another radar array, living quarters, and let's say a workshop, so they can keep their own vision going. Case and scion analysis. Spoonbenders, aura readers, fortune tellers, psychics. Even with the miracles of alien technology laid out in my lab, I would have never ever credited that psychic phenomenon could exist except in the head of the credulous and the cretinous. However, in the face of overwhelming evidence, what else am I to call it? Psychics are real, Commander. It's now clear why the casein brain is supersaturated with elinium nanoparticles. These particles react with their unique brain structure in a manner we yet don't understand to power abilities that you or I would recognize as psychic. Well, it seems that all caseins seem to have the potential for psychic powers, only a select few actually express this ability. Given that what we know about caseins, psychic abilities are probably deliberately edited out of the standard clone reserved for an elite few. We have termed these caseins scions, and they are recognizable by the lurid purple jumpsuits they wear. Thankfully, psychic gifts seem entirely related to various modes of telepathy, though testing a scion shows it could manipulate gross emotions, especially the sense of fear. A scion will never telekinetically lift a car and throw one at one of the men. However, I suggest advising squad leaders to make any case in a purple jumpsuit a priority target. Their powers are subtle and all the more dangerous for being so. Scions are identified by a purple-colored jumpsuit. Usually they are armed only with pistols or not at all. Regardless of that, they are very dangerous and should be dealt with as fast as possible. If you're feeling a sudden panic attack, rapid change of thoughts, overwhelming anger, or another strong emotional spike, act immediately. Take cover. Strong emotions can disorient you and make you vulnerable to attack. Try to control yourself. It is possible to resist psionic attacks. Remember, concentrate, motivate, prevail. If the attack is particularly strong or your resistance is ineffective, drop your weapon and lie down to avoid a friendly fire incident and self-injury. Like little models right here. The Scion displays crude but strong control over human emotions. Be prepared for sudden panic attacks and loss of mental stability. All such cases must be reported to the medical center to prevent long-term consequences. Casein scions are lightly armed. They can use plasma pistols in between psychic attacks. Take cover, but remember, it will not protect you against panic strikes. Research mission. Before I left the Air Force, my last job was working the crank and file, and if I didn't know better, I'd say some joker had shipped everything from Langley and left it on my desk. That stack of reports in front of you is a sizable chunk of recent UFO sightings, and there's like something out of a comic book. Most livid descriptions of unusual, almost paranormal activities, such as storms suddenly appearing out of nowhere, eerie glowing lights, and signs of unexplained cattle mutilation. I even have a report from a man who claims to have been abducted and then kicked out by his abductors. The ET seem to be carrying out some kind of research, but for why and for what reason we do not know. Research missions seem to be restricted to their scout ships and will scan a predefined area looking for suitable subjects and locations to carry out their experiments. Scouts doing research will also land fairly frequently to obtain samples and carry out field work. Research missions can result in casualties, but nothing major. Whatever they're up to, Commander, I think it's better we don't get a chance to find out. Do you? I also want 2 Condors ready in this operational base. Because 2 seem to work right now, and then we go up from there. The Alien Scout is a small craft with a larger crew than the Light Scout. Though still a stout craft, it is larger, better armed, and more dangerous than its predecessor. The design consists of 2 crew compartments, a sizable semicircular forward compartment that contains the ship's control systems, and a circular bay at the rear of the vessel that houses the ship's power source. It has substantial armor plating around its key compartments, usually 8mm thick, but rising to double that in some areas, perhaps suggesting the armor on the Light Scout was little more than a heat shield. This makes it much more formidable combatant than the Light Scout, particularly coupled with plasma beam that has a greater range and inflicts additional damage. The hull is dotted with an extensive network of sensors that feed data into the crew compartment. These glowing eyes seem to track everything from airspeed to infrared emissions and probably represent the method of which the craft gathers intelligence on our planet and species. Jackal Combat Armor. The Jackal Combat Armor offers our soldier extra battlefield protection at the cost of increased weight. It's not the ideal equipment for every situation, but in many cases the extra survivability can be the difference between life and death. Laboratory tests on captured alien plasma weapons have confirmed that traditional body armor is essentially worthless against energy projectiles, having been designed to resist ballistic impact rather than heat damage. However, testing a modified combat suit with heat-resistant rather than impact-resistant ceramic plates showed impressive results. The ceramics were able to dissipate enough of the heat to give the wearer a reasonable chance of survival, though they are still likely to suffer injuries in the process. While it provides an obvious boost to survivability, this armor is heavy and will limit the other equipment, such as ammunition or secondary weapons a soldier can carry into battle. Armor also degrades rapidly under fire and will not withstand repeated hits, nor provide the wearer guaranteed protection, e.g., it hardly matters what armor a soldier is wearing if he is shot in the face. Regardless, it is better than nothing and can be constructed in the workshop. By the way, only 3 pounds heavier than the fucking fatigues. Absolutely wild. This will take some time, so honestly, maybe getting some more engineers. Yeah, 15 engineers would be ideal. Well, the problem with that, DDG, is that if we were wearing Kevlar, it would have done fuck and all. Because unfortunately, we're wearing trauma plates and impact plates. Those don't help against plasma. Radars are up. They are now aircraft equipped. UFO detected. LiDAR can actually get over there and do some work. Dump them. That's not great. Kevlar was starting to become standard issue for the American troops. Basic body armor was a thing, and one thing that actually was a reason why America was very strong during the 80s and the 90s was that they could actually get reliable body armor out. Russia was also doing so at the time. In 79, they're getting close to raiding Afghanistan, and they're able to deploy Class 2 and 3 Ghost. Everyone's fine. Troops in the heli, Cooper. Because we're not being deployed rapidly... Actually, but here's a different thing we're probably going to want. Put on Jackals. Helicopter, helicopter. Oh, this is the unassigned category. Well, they're already going, so... Yeah, no, there ain't no stopping that. a second to load and see the giant ping list. Hit the wall. And there's a Psyker present. That's great. That shield is almost gone immediately. Target. He's out. Yeah, I get the feeling there's always going to be one, so just get used to life. Don't get why I can't just leap that corner, or into that window, but alright. Actually, pretty clear firing lane. Whoa! I will say I'm mostly walking into this blind, but I do know of one spoiler. I won't say it till it comes up, but I do say it does annoy me a little bit. Hi, fucko. I don't like there's a lot of dead zone I haven't checked behind me, but... maybe I can get the shield on that. Vaudon is down. Going once. There's their UFO. Going twice. That's a dangerous approach. Vaudon died. Last call for the bell. No, Vaudon. Nope. Alrighty, I am going to call it. Saving now. Loop. I don't think you can Rambo that. No, you can't. Hit for effect. He's trying. A Lamau down. Oh god, I'm gonna have to hard swing. That is a very rough equation. At least I have a white van to protect me. Protect me, good white van. So yeah, I kind of crashed into a building. Well, the van catches fire. We just don't hide behind it, clearly. Oh god, this breach looks fucking terrible, though. At least no one's looking like they're gonna get frisky, but... How the fuck are we gonna approach this? Who's got C4? You've got C4. You will need to get your C4 ready. Since you're very close to panicking, let's not have you on point. That has gone somewhere. I am not sure where somewhere is. All I know is that it's somewhere. And that is dangerous. It might have phased into the UFO. I don't know. No, it landed right here, apparently. It did get the front door, though, which is what we were hoping for. Well, E-Star is super fucking dead. No one can reach him in time, and he's going to bleed to death. How do you see him? It is seen. He berserked. How the fuck do you see people? I don't understand. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm going to presume that the fuel tanks fucking explode. Ow. Shotgunner's up. This is fucking ridiculous. Are you good to go? You are good to go. Now I need to figure out where you dropped your gun. There it is. Back in the fight, sir. And wetness is down. I will say I am 100% not super fond of the fact that, fucking Lamaux can just overwatch the door so hard. It's smart of them, but by God, is that not fun to try and crack. Again, I don't know why I have vision of places I shouldn't, which I'm assuming the game is being funny glitchy. And the only tool to stun them blows up things on the ship. Still not happy about that one either. Also, last call for the bell for a wetness, or be dead, sir. Alright. Calling it. The last call for the bell has been had. Let's try to crack the door. Solid hits for effect. He's suppressed, so I should be able to roll on up and blast him. Well, give him the salutes. That was a very painful breach. I'm surprised that, like, the injury counts are, like, very low, honestly. People heal really fast. Alien biology. Tissue analysis on the remains of different extraterrestrial species allowed us to compare them with one another in an attempt to find characteristics common to them all. Though we have no definitive answers, there are hints as to the origin of the aliens. There are strong similarities in the physiology of all biological alien units encountered so far. For example, they are all humanoid. They also all possess a circulatory system and a central nervous system, albeit with some variation in function. This allows for the possibility of a common planetary origin. The huge variety of life on our own planet clearly illustrates that an array of vastly different creatures can evolve simultaneously on a single planet. This was our initial assumption, largely due to the shared habitat inside the alien UFOs, an atmosphere containing perhaps 5 to 6% oxygen rather than the 21% oxygen of ours. The aliens respire via oxygen much in the same way that humans do, using a common vector to distribute it around the body, a semi-synthetic protein that mimics the role of the human hemoglobin, but much more effectively, in giving the alien blood a distinctive purple tint. However, the fundamental organic chemistry is so dramatically different between alien species that a common origin cannot be possible. The reason these species can share a common habitat is not evolution, but rather extensive engineering. This oxygen-carrying protein bears no resemblance to any other part of the corpses studied. In other words, it appears that external forces engineer these creatures to be capable of breathing the same air that they do. The identity of this external force and the reasoning behind this decision remain obscure, at least for now. In the meantime, we are turning this research to practical use. My team has constructed holding tanks in the laboratories which can be used to confine captured alien units in a low oxygen environment. If exposed to our atmosphere for long enough, the alien units eventually succumb to oxygen toxicity, allowing them to study more closely. Let's see. You will do fine. You just need to save up your bravery. You'll do fine. You'll do fine. More bodies for the pile. Alright, they gotta get back to base first. Then I can do reassignments. Yeah, hire them here. Just so we have a garrison. Didn't I build them a... No, I built a living quarters here. Their engineering bay still is going to take some time. Or, oh, no, they're not home yet. Speaking of, am I forgetting anyone in the recruiting pool? Let's try to get some of our captains out of here. We have a replacement heavy gunner for the time being. Dump a brick ton. Flashbang and smoke grenade. Oh, that's for E-Star. You will not take that for the time being. You can get deployed. Who else do we have here? Mr. Corporal can get back into action. Well, actually, we should probably get privates in there. Just so we can get some actual spread of practice. You are accuracy reflexes. Honestly, gave you a shotgun. Have fun. 2 shotguns, a sniper. Yup. Actually, with more Jackal armors being produced, we should eventually... Okay, that's more radar coverage. Coffeetown is now up and functional. Small. Hit that. That is LiDAR's job. Squadron 1, hit that target. This is the first game. And again, trying to go as unmodded as possible to kind of get a feel for how Xeno 1 was before Xeno 2. Sunk him. Sunk him. Since we're going to have to do this thing called making choices, you take off the Jackal armor because you don't need it right now. You've got the strength for it, honestly. What does Specialist pack? It packs fun. It packs fun in the trunk. you actually have to wear jackal armor because you need somewhere to put the weapon before you can pull out the other weapon. Alright, who else do we want here? You definitely need some training, so get in up there on the field. Field duty. And I do need a shield, so Dr. Rex can come back out. Take a jackal to protect yourself. Metapack. Hello, Bobo. Shield. Ninja Zombie can take the shield position. Okay, from here... we have 2 shotguns on the wings again. Precision rifle. Shield. Shield. Specialists are good to go. We can probably hit that before nighttime if we are... No, we are not going to hit that in time. We'll hit the closer one first. Then by the time we're good on mission... they need more weapon. They are getting... nope, he's just... they're just fucking around in Africa. Engage target zone. Check our sides. That sounds serpentine. We do have scout cars, but consider that our vehicle can then only carry 6. And we're not hurting for humans. It is very true. Just Community Edition. The entire point of this run is to get a feel for Xenonauts 1 before Xeno 2 comes out. See how the game used to be, as one would say. Currently, the meat is cheap, and everyone wants to be out on the field. So it makes it a little hard to, Ah, okay, that's good to know. Shields cannot jump over fences. Alright, that's definitely good to know in the future. Our sniper got shot and decided this ain't worth it. Clear firing lane. Oh, no chance to hit. Fuck. Also, you can't shoot. Alright, that's not working out as planned. Ow. Well, so much for that. The Moose Man is panicked. And Kuroda just got utterly obliterated on the first burst. This is going great. Okay, you do have LOS. He's suppressed, which keeps Tarmf alive. Going once for Kuroda. Got your gun. Beauty. There goes the moose. It is seen. Worst part is, this is actually supposed to be decent cover. It is supposedly green. Kneeling green, might I add. Jesus. Friendly in the way. Clear way. He's suppressed. What the fuck? Also, Kuroda's dead again. I love ballistics. Clear way. Going once for Kuroda. Line him up. Going twice. Ah, there is technically one in the bank. I'm just finding it funny. Well, first of all, our armor unfortunately isn't doing really fucking all. I know these are plasma rifles, but good God. The guys who have had armor on have just, like, still died in one hit. Supposedly, it's what, a 22% effectiveness on armor score? Or is it just a flat armor score 22? It's not exactly clear on what it is. I thought it was percentile based, but I could be wrong. Well, there goes Kuroda again. Okay, good to know that it is a flat score rather than a percentage. Can I go back and fighting at the Middle East, please? That worked a lot better than the fucking line of sight fuckery this is. Nah, they're just using weapons with actual range now. Remember, we're still affected by a lot of factors. They're, on the other hand, yeah, just much better than we are, with much better tech. Hey look, the shotgun actually did its job for once. Amazing, that. To put it bluntly, kneeling helps. We just have the XCOM rejects. I'm starting to be more and more convinced that aliens have map knowledge. Or, like, have map hacks. There's a lot of times where I swear to God they should either not know where we are, or they seem to move out at just the right time to make your life miserable. Thank God for that. Take a snap. He's out. Psionics are definitely a thing. These are the guys who would use them. There we go. Now we're getting some taps in. And he's done. Okay, some of your sight line is blocked by a tree, but for the most part, it's fine. Party's going hotter faster than intended, but... if they're peeking out the door now, well, make sure they don't get the chance to do it twice. No, I like making holes in the ship. You have to pay for that. There also looks to be a little randomness in how the ship is generated. Shotgunners were able to get in the door. You have flat out better reactions, and I know that. Oh, hey, the rookie got it this time. Hey, promotions! The opening was rough. Also, there was apparently 10 aliens. No, there fucking wasn't. Gentle Food makes it to captain. Rex makes it to lieutenant. Kuroda makes it to corporal. Eh. My game seems to have locked up. Thankfully, the game autosaves, so give me a minute. I'm on, Task Manager. I have need of you. Oh, it's stuck behind the fucking... Hold on. There we go. Hard crash that. Then boot it back up. And we should be good to go. Game locked up, so I hard crashed it. Either case, let's get to work. Sank him. I think LiDAR is going to need its own localized Condor just in case. Thankfully not. Now, we made it to the map, tried to get a interception going, and it, locked there. By the way, those are dreadfully long sight lines. Ah, lizard men. I know they have formal names. I ain't gonna fucking remember them for a while. Shield did its job. The shield is also panicking. God. Well, it opened the door for somebody else to shoot, so you did your job. Because Xenonauts are able to pull from the NATO armory. Oh, shit. That's a bad position to be in. Really? I was wondering if, like, can we use, like, Soviet weapons? Nope. I mean, maybe. I mean, the Chinese lady right here is using a M4. A little too much overkill for what I was hoping for, but whatever. You need a 37. Flash out. I mean, to be fair, it does make sense, though. Give agents the weapon systems they're familiar with, and they'll perform better, though that is hell on logistics. On the tile. And Apparently the flashbang just caught the tile on fire. Hello there, Stefan. Welcome, welcome. Do you have grenades on you? You do not. They do. Or if you want instant producing smoke, white phosphorus is another element they use. Is he dead? Did that actually kill him? Yeah, I think he's fucking dead. I think he burned to death. Shit. These are the most lethal flashbangs I have ever seen. Go in teams. Oh, they 100% can. Like, again, magnesium and white phosphorus are incredibly incendiary. Or can be. They are, bar minimum, incredibly reactive, which is why it produces smoke. You need 40 TU. Get him some. Oh shit, that's a mistake. That's a mistake move. Yeah, the instantaneous smoke is more useful for vehicle crews who do want that smoke up as quickly as possible. Up. Yikes. Lizard down.
Huh, 7 years? Damn, been a while.
Jesus Christ, that is 7 years. Holy shit, my dude. Well, thank you graciously. I'd say enjoy your stay, but I think you have, so, you may continue the mocking and the teasing at your discretion. Also, holy shit, hi, R1. It is Zirair R1.
Huh, 7 years? Damn, been a while.
It's Community Edition. Why can't I react? We got him. Bring it home, folks. Go and get him. No, we don't want to open the door. Fuck that. That's fucking terrible. Ah. Disappeared, unfortunate. Stun weapons. Studying extraterrestrial biology has allowed our scientists to devise methods of incapacitating our enemies for interrogation and further study. There appears to be 3 main possible avenues of attack, all of which are equally effective against humans as they are against aliens. The first is simple concussive force applied to the victim's brain or nervous system, either via physical impact or shockwave from an explosion. This method is both crude and unreliable, particularly against tougher alien species such as civilians, but you may find it occurs unexpectedly on the battlefield. The second is oxygen starvation, where the higher brain functions shut down due to lack of oxygen. This can happen incidentally via smoke inhalation, or it can be induced via a stun gas that temporarily binds with the victim's blood and prevents it from carrying oxygen around the body, generating a powerful disabling effect without ultimately being fatal if sufficient amounts are inhaled. The final method of incapacitation is electrical current delivered at sufficiently high voltage, which will utterly disrupt the nervous system of the victim and render them unconscious. This is extremely effective but highly dangerous. An electrical discharge of the required voltage can only be delivered with a melee weapon. My team has therefore designed a shock baton that can be used to subdue enemies at close range, and grenades, rockets, which can be used to deliver stun gas from a distance. Whatever method you choose to employ, any captive alien will be an extremely valuable research subject. Oh, Jesus. And you can't really wear that on the belt without compromising your grenades. It's already, thing. $25, $24, and we'll deal with it for the time being. Also, my good Sir Wetness, you were killed in action. Do you want to get back in rotation or nah? Because currently the list is empty of people wanting things. Let's get some more armor out as well. Keep that cooking. Taking a vacation to let some of the younger members get some practice. And the containment facility is apparently free. You don't need to build it, apparently. The labs already do. Two Condors up and running. Send out Kill Squad. RTB. Let's try this again. It's sunk. Sunk. And we are here. Lizards. Run through the jungle. Oh, hello there, Mr. Voice. Been a hot minute since we've seen you, good sir. Hopefully the reverberation has been loud and that the battles with the devils of IP... Oh, the, No, it's not the IP, it's the, No, yeah, it's the IP. The IP have been victorious as of late. Sup? What was the order for the day for you, sir? And Lizard Man. Oh, Jesus. Left, left, left. There he is. He's pretty messed up, actually. What's a flashbang? I'm gonna be very much relying on my armor score here. I'll be blunt, dude. I have lost like 8 dudes. Through the grace of reloads, has that not stuck. But I know what you mean by XCOM be XCOM. And oh, Jesus, that's a not great situation to be in. And that direction makes your shield literally worthless. I have a feeling this is not about to go very well. So it's 17 for a melee attack. All right. Stop resisting! Oh, Jesus. Help, 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 help. There he is. Oh. Hello there. Hmm. So, one thing I have to ask a question about then. 51 to you, fuck. He probably can't longball it that far. Nope. Fuck. One thing I have to wonder about is that, is it that if you kill with stun, specifically, is stun a damage? Oh, wait, no. It builds up on the bar, doesn't it? Then Yeah, no, then he should probably have some stun. Interesting choice. Okay. Won't say no to him trying to shoot the guy right next to him. That is another guard. We're actually bringing home a fair few captures today. Question is, since I shot him... Yeah, it looks like a corpse. Fuck. Get him a med kit. Back onto your belt, grab your rifle, you're good to go. Target. Damn, launch ball on that one. Still gotta get in there. Unfortunately, because of their rather potent regen, it, doesn't matter that I shot him. He's already fine again, but still, good shot. Actually, we kind of look like a SWAT officer now with the jackal armor and the stun baton. Alright, let's see. You need 56 to send that. Send it. Try to get my marksman in position. That's what the shield is for. Oh boy, that's a lot of heat. Fuck this thing. You just need to be able to vault. Little more effective on the damage than I was hoping for, but better safer than sorry. I've got plenty of captures as is. Alright, bandage yourself. You'll be fine. Now the fun part, getting into the back room. Oh, he just flat out ran. Alright. Door. Door. He's out. Oof. So getting stuns of the same target, so to speak, is actually worthless. Why? No money, no nothing, no incentive to get multiple captures? That's rough. Fuck. This one's probably Night Op, which is gonna be rough. Yep, that's Night Op. Actually, hold on, I just realized there are definitely wounded on board. Or rather, not on board. Whatever. Alinium. Alinium is the fundamental power source of all alien technology. It is a translucent yellow metal that resembles amber in appearance and forms the core of the alien power source recently recovered. The rest of the device is ultimately proving inconsequential. Detailed analysis of alinium's molecular structure reveals an incredibly dense atomic arrangement, allowing the material to be stored in energy in quantities previously thought impossible. Despite this, the material remains inert and has a half-life of nearly 1 trillion years. It can be cracked if enough mechanical force is applied, but this will not cause any energy discharge. This can be explained by the exceptionally stable arrangement of atomic chains, which also contain a clue as to how to unlock the energy trap within. Each chain contains regular, weak bonds which can be broken with precise applications of energy. By specifically targeting and breaking these weak bonds with a laser, one can generate a controlled energy release of virtually any size. This leads me to believe that alinium is no more than an incredibly advanced alien battery. The molecular structure is not one that would occur naturally nor contain any inherent energy of its own, but makes a perfect method of storing the output from a far greater power source. As we have no way of recharging alinium and will certainly be using it to power any new technology we develop, we should make an effort to recover as much from the UFOs and alien ground forces. What I need right now is some extra science. Get that taken care of. UFO detected. Send the kill team. That'll do. Let's make sure that the team actually is all together. Yeah, our shield is out, and will be out for the foreseeable future. You will also be out for the foreseeable future. So I am down a shotgun. Congrats, welcome back to the Force. And I need a shield. Speaking of... welcome to the Force. Welcome to the Force. There we go. You have the better reflexes, so unfortunately, you get to go back into the field with a shield. Have fun, buckaroony. Back on board. You served with the 40th Fallschirmjäger. And apparently you served in Angolia. You, sir, need to carry more ammo for more strength. Oh, that's way too heavy. You need another brick of C4. More C4. Also, looks like you can actually carry... oh, wait. That's right, we have stun rockets now. Could I not change out the rocket that it starts with? That's a little annoying. So I'd like to bring some stun rockets into the fight. The Moose Man was the finish and a part of the Iroquois Yakrit. Yarakit. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Also, hello, Cypher. Also, good luck, Bobo. Have fun at work, my dude. Right-clicking the launcher just puts it back into inventory. Sleep well, E-Star. Oh, the map can actually move. Oh, right. Everyone needs to be repositioned every time someone makes a swap on a vehicle. And nah, what we're doing is that we're firing a giant thing of gas. Oh, shit. Oh, there goes DDG. Oh, they are all in here. Fuck. Alright. Okay, so I have to manually switch out the rocket on field. That kind of sucks. Well, yeah, they're here to do terrible things. They are not, as one would say, here to be our friends. Yeah, the building's fucking infested, dude. Gotta get in that building quickly and figure out where the fucking stairs are. There they are. They suck, but frag grenade is still a frag grenade. Or apparently not. Resisted? Holy shit. Casually fires a missile. I'm not feeling it, Chief. Could you, like, maybe put a little less mustard in that? Okay, thanks. Up, nope, nope, fucking, damn it. Alright, I guess I'll just flat out the melee up there. Or is he just dead? I can't tell if he's dead or down. Kind of a case of I'd like to confirm. Yep, he's out. That could be a problem. Oof. Tarf ate one to the gut. Can't fire on that. Going once for a Tarmf. You do not want to be anywhere close to that. Now, here's the thing I forgot. Because I am not in the habit of F5ing yet. We once more get to do the building breach. I am good at this. Get the friendship sticks out, everyone. You know, I would believe that, and it would be incredibly silly / stupid. I cannot shut the door. This is what we like to call unfortunate circumstances. And Tarmf gets shot and dies again. Whack. Unfortunately, that is another drop for Tarmf. You cheeky fucker. Oh, that is actually the worst position for him to take. Good to know. Maintain that hallway. Unfortunately, there's not really a lot I can do to just hold that down. Oh, it did. He's not doing great, but he's alive. But yes, going once for Tarmf. Okay, he's not up here this time. That's a little concerning. That feels like the body count for this building's a little low. No, this one's very old. Going twice for a Tarmf. And I am calling the shop. Pray for a miracle save then, because I am hitting it now. I see. Yeah, bring out Stun Stick, actually. Do we happen to know if melee is a set TU cost? Oh, so the guy in the back shot through his friend, didn't hit once, and reacted with a kill. Well, there goes Wetness. Honestly, this may be just a C4 moment right here. Oh. There we go. Since we're going into extreme close combat. Not want to open the door, but whatever. Ah, yes, the window. Well, that's, splat on the tarmf. The problem is the building is just a son of a bitch to get up on. Just flat out. Nah, the reason why I haven't safety saved hitting this thing is because that could very easily put someone in a position of screw until the building is clear. Well, you want to give it another shot there for someone, Tarmp? Or someone for Tarmp, or are they just getting splatted? How the fuck do you corner that hard? Going once for a Tarmp. Once more into the breach. So, something, the definition of insanity. Is there perhaps a better way of attacking this situation? I'm looking at least 5 reloads in that particular occasion. The problem is that their hit point total is really fucking low. Like, 42 is not an awful lot of hit points at this portion. There we go. Really? Fucking... Oh, I was about to say. Huh. Alright. These stun rockets are starting to prove to be kind of shit. Hmm. Fucking shit, dude. I can certainly say I'm not fond of it. And Slug X takes one. So I can firmly say that, the only good rocket is, I guess, the big boom, because between trying to fucking, you know, tweak the loadout to make it work... Because, like, you have to load the stun rocket in unless... Unless, like, there's some way you can do it from the menu, but at this point, I kind of don't want to, because the stun rocket's kind of just garbage. May as well just bonk every fucker I see. Because that is producing more reliable stun results. Which is funny, because there's not really a point in stunning anyone except, like... the first of a capture, because unfortunately, your dudes just euthanize the shit out of the alien, so it's... unfortunate. Because there is literally no reason to, there's literally no reason to go excess captures. And then Moose Man takes one to the gut. This is the death fucking spawn. And it's not even that bad at all. And Gentle Food's blocking the lane. But it do seem to be one of those get fucked Lamau missions. Well, I guess Mr. Moose say your piece will be dead. I mean, we can leave, but consider the following. Other than the spawn, this isn't that bad. It's just set in such a way that someone is probably eating a bullet. Which sucks, but... unfortunately, it do be like that. I'll just mind that they don't just get to do a winging shot. Okay, I have myself an alternative idea here. Fuck. Well, whatever. It works. There we go. Riot control. Right, you have no C4. You do. I mean, stun is effectively lethal in this game. Oh, shit. Hi. One for the bank. Honestly, we're past the part that sucks. at this point, just getting into the UFO, and that's becoming an increasingly proficient task. So we're getting there. We is getting there. Getting in, though, appears to be the next son of a bitch. Because, fuck. That's a very narrow point of entry. And then Tarmp eats one to the gut. Except there was one for the bank. Well, get over there slowly. We really do just look like SWAT officers. They have violated the law. They must prepare to die. Melee really is just stupid good in this. What the fuck? They've committed the mistake, boys. Take them in. That's the wrong person to do that. Fuck. Really? Alright, this one can go. This sucked. Oh, there is literally no reason to go around stunning even non-combatants. They'll just kill them. So it's just the fact that stun weapons are just... They hit in close range and are guaranteed to do so. Also, Jesus Christ, Wetton is just coking out on those stats. Airstrike it. That's way too far away. What is the weight? It's a case of seeing if we can change rocket in people's hands. Okay, you can switch from this screen. Very specifically. Why? That is very silly. Can I see what medals people can get? Nope. It's just, just guess what they are. Civilian analysis. I'm impressed, Commander. Quite how your man managed to subdue such a beast is beyond me. Now it has been safely confined within a containment tank. We have been able to perform a detailed analysis on it. The tests confirmed our initial suspicions. Civilians possess only rudimentary intelligence, have bad eyesight, and struggle to operate firearms. This is called bullshit. However, they are remarkably agile for such hulking creatures and can cover ground surprisingly quickly. They also possess astonishing regenerative abilities. Unless the creature's actually dead, it will regenerate virtually any damage sustained to its body, brain included, in a matter of minutes. This ability seems to arise from an unspecialized stem cell in the civilian bloodstream, which will replicate at an incredible rate and can replace complex organs such as eyes or nerves just as easily as simpler structures such as muscle tissue. Clearly, the volume of tissue being regenerated is too great for this to be a natural process. We believe inherent regenerative abilities are being supercharged by nanoparticles of alinium in the alien's blood serum, providing the vast quantity of energy needed to rebuild entire body parts in minutes rather than weeks. This analysis has brought two tangible results. First is an upgrade to our battlefield medpacks, which borrow from the alien nanotechnology to help stabilize battlefield injuries. Sadly, full-blown tissue regeneration will require decades of genetic engineering. These improved medpacks replace our previous ones and will heal at twice the rate. The second result is a summary of known civilian weaknesses, which should cause your men to inflict approximately 10% more damage when fighting these enemies. Dunk. Alien interrogation. Without the ability to communicate with our extraterrestrial attackers, there can be no peace. This war can only end with the extinction of one side. Genocide on a galactic scale. Therefore, it is therefore helpful that study of our captive have yielded the secret of alien communication. Extraterrestrials have atrophied vocal cords because they communicate via radio telepathy rather than verbally. An alien word is in fact a short burst of radio waves. Energy intensive, but effective. We have been able to construct a basic alien vocabulary using our lab transceiver to record radio transmissions from our captive and repeating them back in various combinations. Study of the responses by our resident cryptographers deciphered the meanings of several, allowing us to conduct a basic conversation with our captive and expand our understanding still further. Though I care not for such trifles, our work here has created an entirely new scientific discipline, making me the father of xenolinguistics. It is a shame that our captive proved such to be a terrible conversationalist, endlessly repeating a request for new orders and refusing to engage on any other subject. Interestingly, it seemed happy to thoughtlessly follow simple orders issued by my team, such as moving across its cell. Eventually, once it had become clear that no more could be gained from questioning the creature, one of my team handed it a pistol and ordered it to kill itself. It promptly complied, splattering its brains across half the containment tank. It seems alien soldiers are just mindless thralls. I suppose we need to capture an alien officer if we are to get the answers we seek. Oh, before you get too excited, reproducing the suicide effect on the battlefield is completely impractical. It requires a stationary target and laboratory full of equipment. Ah, advanced metapack. We can finish out the month. That's 18 hours, but by the time we arrive, we should be hitting the daylight, so... Oh, that works. Oh, once again, let's try to cycle out some people who haven't had a chance to, get some experience. You have, like, garbage stats, so you definitely need some work. Let's see, who's the most accurate member here in the rookie department? You can be brought on board. So can Adverlion. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like the med pack may weigh a little bit more, too. Wetness needs more C4. Slugex needs more C4. Should be day by the time we get there, so let's get her going. We're not gonna have the gas for it. This is not super great. Gambling. Got him. Oh, that one's bigger. Unfortunate that we're getting there in the night, but it is what it is. We'll need some practice doing this at some point, so let's see how bad this is. This is a night mission, as this area of the world is currently in darkness. Fighting in a mission at night puts your soldiers at a disadvantage as they have reduced vision, whilst the aliens are unaffected. For a tile to be visible on a night mission, it needs to be both in the line of sight and lit by a light source. Xenonauts can see 18, but their tactical lights only project for 12. They are effectively losing a third of their vision when on a night mission. This mission vision can be restored by another source of light. All Xenonauts can carry an unlimited number of flares, which project light and can be thrown relatively cheaply. Many maps also have sources of environmental light that will light up the area around them. I see we done away with electro flares. This is the police! Get the fun! Fun police! Beauty, that's all I needed. Do I want you to take the field? No, I want you to stay in reserves. You already took a nasty amount of damage. The only reason you're alive is because of a shield, so let's not. You know what? Why don't the Americans send us some goddamn night vision? Shot. Oh, the ambience is great. Night vision was a thing. Personal inventory scale night vision was, if it was a thing, it would be the Americans who have it right now. I think we were either developing it or had it at this time. Oh, fuck me, man. Alright, well, thank you, trees. Look, it's the flashbang or it's the alien shooting you with a whole shit ton of plasma. Take your pick. Your friend gave his life not for honor, but for you. That is very lucky. That looks like a Scion. I need help over here. Who's got a fucking stun? Awesome. Oh, shit. It's like, yeah, I'll just suppress and... Oh, wait a minute. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I have committed, as one would say, the tactical blunder. Except he didn't do anything. I am a super genius and infallible in all capacities. That was a little close. And there's Tarp getting hit from out of line of sight. Fuck. It is seen. But they're not a shield unit. They don't have the strength score for it. What they need is to not have 42 fucking hit points. I don't think you can dual wield shields, as funny as that sounds. I mean, consider the following. That's also space inefficient as fuck. Oh, is it too big for the bag? Damn it. Still, it makes sense. You're not supposed to carry a fucking shield in your back pocket. Smoke grenade out. There we go. That's a Scion. It is their officer corps, too, so... Holy shit. Charm didn't die on the first fucking bullet. Amazing. Time to run. Hi, friend. Shotgun. Shotgun. Well, that's our UFO. It was noticed. Because I don't have my rocket launcher for this one, we're gonna have to go with non-standard, or rather, ballistic standard of door opening. Except that is actually a little tight for the window. Blair. Smoke. Fuck it, it works. That do be the fuck it works solution. Okay. We've tried to offer them, milk and honey, but unfortunately they keep shooting us, so we have to take extreme methods to ensure our survival. Wait, the door's staying open? Oh, fuck you. Ah, yes, the door will stay open for our turn, but always shuts on your turn. You fuckers. Prepare arms. Shit. Well, thank you graciously there, Nictus. And yeah, no, the ambience at night is actually pretty fucking peak. Do not want you up front. The Mafia making sure that, or rather we serve as a good embezzlement scheme for the Mafia. Actually, do you have your rod? No. But you can drop your rod here. Get yourself patched. You don't have a rod. Yeah, you're gonna need to creep up on him. Problem is, I don't know if a red shirt or not is, going to do it or not, so... Give him a screen. That did it. Jesus, lots of TUs, not TUs, stats up for their Kira-chan down there. And the Moose Man is made lieutenant. Or lieutenant, depending on if you're all British or not. Wait, executed Scion? What the fuck? Okay, who is valuable and who isn't? This random soldier? Oh yeah, gotta grab him. The guy who's using mind powers on us? Fuck that guy. Pff, blow his brains out. Like, why? What the fuck? You know, for being ahead of the fucking research division, you have less intelligence than the engineers. Medium. Alien alloy fabrication. Good news, Commander. I've developed a method of shaping captured alien alloys, allowing us to incorporate them in our designs for the first time. This is largely a result of tapping into vast reserves of energy locked away inside our stores of alinium. Though the foundry processes are a little bit more complex than simply blasting the materials with our upgraded laboratory lasers until they melt, for the sake of brevity, I'll leave the explanation at that. Needless to say, this is a discovery of enormous significance. We can vastly improve the efficiency of our existing technology with alien materials, but they also open the door to ideas that seemed impossible only a few weeks ago. The frontiers of science have moved more in the past few months than they have in the previous century. Some of these alloys have properties that barely even exist in theoretical science. I must admit my team are struggling with the pace of advance. We are sometimes as much limited by our scientific education as we are enlightened by it. The proposal for developing improved battlefield infantry armor with these materials may therefore seem a little underwhelming, but it only marks the start of what we can achieve. I'd not be surprised if we were building whole vehicles or entire aircraft out of them soon. In the meantime, if you see any off-duty scientists strolling around the base, please remind them that A, they should be in bed, and B, research materials should stay within the laboratory at all times. The number of unauthorized upgrades appearing across the base is matched only by the amount of yawning in my labs. He says, having then immediately upgraded his stuff. Wolf right now can wait after the interrogation, because the interrogation might let us capture higher grade Alamaus. Armor is okay for the moment, not good. We make do with what we got right now. Oh, fuck you too, I guess. So South Africa is kind of pissed at us. North America's not the happiest with us. Soviet Union is very pleased with us. And Australia, Asia needs to be taken care of. All right, let's get set up for the next round of affairs. Is that... Yep, that's Australia, Asia. Money is a little tight in the moment. I'm also noticing that 20,000 to make a unit of jackal armor, 10,000 to sell it. Also, capture an alien officer for interrogation. Motherfucker, we just had one. And you shot him. Right, they have to get there. Oh, right, they have no fucking living quarters. At least that's only 5 days. That's also pushing the finer limits of our economy. We're gonna have to dump a few locations. Well, that's where I'll hang up the hat for the time being, because we have gone a little later than expected. Very lethal game. Very lethal. The casualty list may be just 2. But, let's be blunt here. There's a lot more people who died. That's a lot of death. Yup, that's what's gonna be on Monday and Wednesday for the time being. Hopefully I can get this done before Xenonauts 2. That would be ideal. America will have its base ups, or rather its facilities up soon, so that should prevent any more particular disasters. I can kind of scratch North Africa. South Africa is just fucked, and there's not a lot I can supremely do about that. For the moment, let's keep it organized and say, wait until we're close to release on that. But yeah. Oh, that's a question mark. We seem to be going at a decent click. Definitely probably been a little inefficient with my base placement. America should start to recover soon. This is kind of really a compromise pick, but on the other hand, with limited money, it was the best we could do, and it does cover a lot of area. The Soviets really like us. Irony. Europe is good in with us. And with more radar coverage and starting to get air missions up, we should be catching up here soon. I have a feeling that we're going to need nastier missiles here very shortly. I might be overbuying engineers by having them able to produce at their own facilities, but on the other hand, I have a feeling once the game gets ramping up, I'm gonna need Central Base to be constantly making new munitions and other such things. Honestly, with the mediums, I might just start bringing out, the hunters. This might be the time to get this thing out there. So yeah, hopefully the introduction wasn't too rough and that we can actually get off the ground firmly here. Because from what I've heard of Xenonauts, a lot of your early game is get airspace up, your mid game is survive, your late game is dominate. Again, that's kind of what I think is going on rather than anything else. I could 100% be wrong. In either case, thanks for coming on down. I will throw it to, let's say... I'll throw it over to Snowy today. He's going on late. It's Battle Brothers. I know it's supposed to be Battle Brothers Day. Thanks for coming on down. Hope everyone has a good evening and have yourselves a good night, lads. Ba-ba-da-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.